Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The morning fog pressed itself against the windows of 221B Baker Street with the persistence of an uninvited guest, turning the glass into frosted parchment that filtered the November light into something soft and forgiving. Inside, the sitting room held the particular warmth that only a coal fire and well-worn furniture can create. A warmth that spoke of countless quiet mornings, of tobacco smoke and turning pages, of two men who had settled into the comfortable rhythm of shared silence. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked with the confidence of something that had measured time long before Holmes and Watson arrived, and would continue long after, each second falling into place like a card in a well-shuffled deck. Sherlock Holmes sat in his favoured chair, the one positioned to catch both the firelight and whatever watery sunshine managed to penetrate London's perpetual veil. His long fingers were steepled beneath his chin, and his eyes, those remarkable grey eyes that could strip a man's secrets bare with a glance, were half closed in that state Watson had learned to recognise as intense concentration disguised as languor. He had been reading the morning papers, though they now lay scattered across his lap like autumn leaves, each one abandoned the moment it failed to offer anything worthy of his attention. Watson, for his part, occupied the chair opposite, a cup of tea cooling at his elbow while he worked on his correspondence. The scratch of his pen against paper provided a gentle counterpoint to the fire's crackle, the fog-muffled sounds of Baker Street waking below, and the distant whistle of a train carrying early commuters toward their respectable city positions. It was the sort of morning that seemed to exist outside of time itself, suspended in amber, perfect in its ordinariness. Then came the sound, a rapid, determined ascent up the 17 stairs, each footfall a small declaration of purpose. Mrs. Hudson's tread was as familiar to the residents of 221B as the building's own creaks and sighs, but this morning it carried a different quality. There was an urgency to it, yes, but also something else. Indignation, perhaps, or the particular brand of frustration that comes from being disbelieved. She entered without knocking, as was her privilege as landlady, her face flushed from the climb and from something that might have been annoyance, or might have been the determination not to be thought foolish. Mrs. Hudson was a woman of perhaps 55, though she carried herself with the vigour of someone a decade younger, and her iron grey hair was pulled back in a style that suggested efficiency rather than fashion. She wore a crisp white apron over a sensible dark dress, and her hands, reddened from years of managing a household, were planted firmly on her hips. "Mr. Holmes," she began, and her voice carried that particular tone that women of her generation and station had perfected, the one that suggested patience worn thin but not yet exhausted. "I must speak with you about a matter of some delicacy." Holmes opened one eye, regarding her with the lazy attention a cat might give to a butterfly that had wandered into its domain. "Mrs. Hudson, you find us as ever at your disposal, though I confess the flush in your cheeks and the flower on your left sleeve, just there, near the cuff, suggest you've come directly from your morning baking, which in turn suggests a matter of some immediacy. Pray, do tell us what has disturbed the usual serenity of your domain." Watson set down his pen, recognising the signs of an impending interview. He had learned to appreciate these small domestic dramas, finding in them a counterweight to the larger, darker cases that occasionally consumed his friend's attention. Mrs. Hudson was not easily ruffled, and whatever had brought her upstairs at this hour was clearly something she considered worthy of Holmes's expertise. "It's the cream, Mr. Holmes," she said, and though her voice remained steady, there was an edge to it that spoke of nights spent in frustration. "Someone, or something, has been stealing my cream. Every morning for the past fortnight I set out the jug fresh from the milkman, and every morning I find it diminished. At first I thought perhaps I'd been careless in measuring, but I'm not a careless woman, Mr. Holmes, and I know my own kitchen." "The cream," Holmes repeated, and Watson couldn't quite tell if the slight upturn at the corner of his friend's mouth was amusement or genuine interest. "And you suspect?" "A cat," Mrs. Hudson said firmly. "It must be a cat. I've heard it, you see, in the early hours. A soft padding in the corridor, a sound like paws on the runner, and once I could swear I saw a shadow low and quick disappearing toward the back stairs." Holmes's fingers drummed once against the arm of his chair, a gesture Watson recognised as the beginning of engagement, however reluctant. "Yet you've never actually seen this feline intruder?" "No," Mrs. Hudson admitted, and now a note of defensiveness crept into her voice. "But what else could it be? The doors are all locked at night, the windows latched. No person could come and go so quietly, and besides, what person would steal cream and nothing else? The silverware remains untouched, Mr. Holmes. My good china sits safe in its cabinet. Only the cream disappears, and only in the small hours, when the house is dark and still." The room fell silent for a moment, save for the pop and hiss of the coal fire and the gentle whistle of wind finding its way through the building's many gaps and crevices. Victorian London was never truly quiet. There was always the rumble of cartwheels on cobblestones, the cry of vendors beginning their rounds, the metallic clang of the blacksmith's hammer from 3 streets over. But inside 221B, at that moment, a particular quality of attention had settled over the 3 of them. Watson found himself studying Mrs. Hudson with the clinical eye he'd developed during his medical training and refined through years of observing Holmes at work. She was genuinely troubled, that much was clear. Her hands had moved from her hips to clasp before her, the fingers interlacing in a gesture that suggested worry more than anger. She was a practical woman, not given to flights of fancy or the vapours that seemed to afflict so many ladies of her class and generation. If she said she'd heard something, then she had heard something. The question, as always, was what that something actually was. "Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said, and his voice had taken on that particular gentle quality he reserved for those rare moments when he chose to be kind rather than merely correct. "I wonder if you might describe for me, in as much detail as you can recall, the exact circumstances of these visitations, the time, the sounds, the pattern of the thefts." She settled herself on the edge of Watson's desk chair, her back straight despite the invitation to relax, and began to recount the details with the precision of someone who had rehearsed this testimony in her mind many times. The thefts had begun exactly 14 days prior, she said, on a Tuesday morning. She had risen at 5, as was her habit, to begin the day's work. The house in those hours before dawn held a quality of stillness that she cherished. It was her time, before the demands of her tenants and the endless small crises of household management claimed her attention. She would descend to the kitchen, light the lamps, and set about preparing the morning's provisions. The milkman called at 5:30, punctual as the sunrise, and she would retrieve the bottles from the step where they sat cooling in the November chill. 1 bottle of milk, 1 of cream, delivered fresh from the dairy farms that still clung to existence on London's expanding edges. She would pour the milk into a pitcher for the breakfast table, but the cream she would leave in its bottle stored in the cool larder off the kitchen to be used throughout the day for cooking and tea. But on that Tuesday morning, and every morning since, she had found the cream level noticeably lower than it should have been. Not by much, perhaps an inch or 2, but enough to be certain, enough to be troubling. "And the sounds?" Holmes prompted, his eyes now fully open and fixed upon her with that penetrating attention that made even the innocent feel as though their souls were being catalogued and cross-referenced. "In the early hours," she said, 2 o'clock, perhaps 3, a soft padding, as I said, and once, last Thursday it was, I heard a creak on the back stairs, the 7th step from the bottom that always complains when weight is placed upon it. I rose and went to investigate, but by the time I'd lit a candle and made my way to the corridor there was nothing. Only the sense that something had just departed, and that faint smell of outdoors, somehow, of cold air and fog." Watson leaned forward, his medical instincts engaging despite himself. "Mrs. Hudson, forgive me, but have you been sleeping well? I ask only because the mind can play tricks in those hours between deep sleep and waking, and—" "I sleep perfectly well, Dr. Watson," she interrupted, though without rancour. "And I know the difference between a dream and what I've heard with my own ears. There's something in this house at night, gentlemen, something that comes and goes like a ghost, and I'll not be made to feel foolish for saying so." Holmes rose from his chair with that sudden fluid grace that always surprised Watson, given his friend's general air of languid indifference. He crossed to the window, pulling back the curtain to gaze down at Baker Street, where the fog was beginning to thin under the weak assault of morning light. A hansom cab rattled past, its driver hunched against the cold. A maid from one of the neighbouring houses scrubbed the front steps with the grim determination of someone who knew the soot and grime would return before day's end. London in November was a study in persistence, of fog against sunshine, of grime against cleanliness, of the working classes against the inexorable machinery of their own survival. "Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said, still gazing out at the street, "I wonder if you would indulge me in a small experiment. Tonight, before you retire, would you be so kind as to measure precisely the amount of cream in the bottle and make a note of it? Place the bottle in its usual location, and then, and this is crucial, ensure that all doors and windows are secured as they normally would be. Do nothing different from your usual routine." "And then?" she asked. "And then go to bed as normal. But if you hear your mysterious visitor, do not investigate. Simply note the time. Can you do this for me?" Mrs. Hudson nodded slowly, her expression suggesting she wasn't entirely certain whether she was being taken seriously or humoured, but willing to proceed either way. "I can, Mr. Holmes. And will you—" "I will give the matter my attention," he assured her, turning from the window to offer her a smile that was surprisingly warm. "You have my word that before the week is out we shall discover the identity of your cream thief, be it feline or otherwise." After she'd departed, her footsteps descending the stairs with considerably more lightness than they had ascended them, Watson turned to his friend with an expression of amused scepticism. "Holmes, surely you don't intend to devote your considerable talents to tracking down a stray cat?" Holmes returned to his chair, retrieving his pipe from the table and beginning the ritual of filling it with tobacco from the Persian slipper. "My dear Watson, you heard the woman. This is no mere cat." "Then what is it?" "I haven't the faintest idea," Holmes admitted, and there was something in his voice, a spark of genuine curiosity, that made Watson sit up straighter. "But I find myself intrigued by the specificity of the crime. Cream, and only cream. Regular timing, access to a house that Mrs. Hudson assures us is properly secured, and that detail about the smell of outdoors, of cold air and fog. No, Watson, this is no cat. This is something far more interesting." "Which is?" Holmes struck a match, the sulphur flare bright in the muted morning light, and applied it to his pipe. Between puffs he said, "That, my friend, is what we shall endeavour to discover." Outside, the fog continued its slow retreat, revealing Baker Street in all its Victorian complexity, the elegant facades hiding cramped servants' quarters, the prosperous doctors and lawyers living above shopkeepers and landladies, the whole intricate hierarchy of London life stacked vertically in narrow houses that reached toward a sky they could never quite touch. And somewhere in that vast, teeming city, a mystery waited to be solved. A small mystery, perhaps. A domestic mystery. But a mystery nonetheless. Holmes settled deeper into his chair, smoke curling around him like thought made visible, and Watson knew that look. The game, however modest, was afoot. The day unfolded with the peculiar slowness that November seemed to impose upon London, as though the fog itself had thickened time along with the air. Holmes, true to form, had transformed what Watson initially dismissed as a trifling domestic matter into something approaching a scientific endeavour. By mid-morning, he had already descended to Mrs. Hudson's domain, a journey he rarely undertook except when pursuing a case, and returned with a small notebook now filled with his characteristically cramped handwriting. Watson found him in the sitting-room, sprawled in his chair with the notebook balanced on one knee, and his eyes fixed on some point in the middle distance that existed only in his mind. The fire had been built up against the chill, and the room held that comfortable warmth that made the grey world outside seem like something from another realm entirely. Beyond the windows, Baker Street conducted its daily business with the mechanical precision of a city that had long ago mastered the art of perpetual motion. "I've been making observations," Holmes announced without preamble, as though they had been in the middle of a conversation, rather than sitting in companionable silence for the better part of an hour. "And I find the rhythm of this household to be quite instructive." Watson set aside the medical journal he'd been reading, recognising that his morning was now effectively claimed. Observations about a phantom cat. Observations about the heartbeat of 221B Baker Street, Holmes corrected, with that slight edge of pedagogical patience he adopted when he felt Watson was missing something obvious. Every household, Watson, operates according to a rhythm as precise as any clockwork mechanism. The milkman arrives at precisely 5:30 each morning. I've confirmed this with Mrs. Hudson and cross-referenced it with my own observations from those occasions when sleep has eluded me. The postman calls at 8, give or take 5 minutes depending on the weather and the volume of correspondence. The butcher's boy delivers at 10 on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays. The coal man on Thursdays. It's a symphony of commerce and necessity, and every note arrives on schedule. He rose, crossing to the window with that restless energy that seized him when his mind was fully engaged. Below, Baker Street presented its morning face. Shopkeepers opening their establishments, ladies emerging for their marketing with baskets over their arms and maids trailing behind, hansoms and four-wheelers navigating the eternal dance of London traffic. A crossing sweeper worked the intersection, his broom moving in steady strokes as he cleared a path through the inevitable accumulation of horse droppings and street debris, his cap held ready for the penny tips that represented his livelihood. Victorian London, Holmes continued, his voice taking on that slightly dreamy quality that meant he was seeing beyond the mere surface of things, is nothing if not predictable. We pride ourselves on order, on the proper functioning of society's machinery. Each person knows their place, their role, their appointed hour. The lamplighter makes his rounds at dusk, touching each gas lamp into life with the precision of a conductor raising his baton. The night soil men come in the darkest hours, removing what daylight society prefers not to acknowledge. And the scavengers, the mudlarks and the pure finders and the bone grubbers, they work the Thames foreshore at low tide, searching for whatever the river has decided to surrender. Watson joined him at the window, studying the scene with new eyes. He had lived in London long enough to take its rhythms for granted. But Holmes, as always, saw patterns where others saw only chaos. And our cream thief disrupts this order? Precisely. Or rather, the cream thief operates within a gap in the order, a space between the expected movements of the household. Consider, Mrs. Hudson retires at 10 o'clock, after ensuring that the fires are banked and the doors secured. The house settles into its nighttime state. The milkman arrives at 5:30. But between those hours lies a stretch of time when the house belongs to no one, when it exists in a state of suspended animation. And that, my dear Watson, is when our thief operates. Holmes turned from the window, his eyes bright with the particular intensity that meant he was assembling pieces of a puzzle that Watson couldn't yet see. I've examined Mrs. Hudson's kitchen with some thoroughness this morning. A fascinating domain, Watson, and one we typically ignore despite the fact that it represents the true engine of domestic life. The kitchen of a respectable London household is a marvel of efficiency. Every pot and pan in its designated place, every knife sharpened to exact specifications, every ingredient stored according to principles of preservation and access. He began to pace, his hands clasped behind his back, and Watson settled into his chair to listen. Holmes in this mood was part detective, part professor, and wholly absorbed in his subject. The larder sits off the main kitchen, Holmes continued. A small room, perhaps 6 feet by 8, with stone shelves to keep things cool, and a window that faces the back alley. That window, Watson, is of particular interest. It's fitted with a standard casement lock, the type you'd find in any house of this vintage, and Mrs. Hudson assures me she checks it each night before retiring. Yet this morning, when I examined it closely, I found something curious. Watson leaned forward. The lock had been forced? On the contrary, the lock showed no signs of tampering whatsoever, but the frame, the frame told a different story. You see, this house is nearly 60 years old, built in that optimistic period after Waterloo when London began its great expansion. The wood has settled over the decades, shifted with the seasons, and the window frame has developed a certain flexibility. If one knew precisely where to apply pressure, one could create a gap of perhaps half an inch between the frame and the sash, just enough to slip the lock without actually breaking it. So someone has been entering through the window? Holmes held up a hand. I said one could create such a gap. I did not say that anyone has. In fact, I found no evidence of regular entry through that window, no scratches on the sill, no disturbance of the thin layer of soot that accumulates on all London windowsills within hours of cleaning. Which brings us back to our mystery. How does someone, or something, enter a locked house, steal cream with remarkable precision, and depart without leaving the slightest trace? The clock on the mantelpiece chimed 11, its voice clear and bright in the warm room. Outside, the fog had lifted enough to reveal a sky the colour of old pewter, and weak sunlight struggled through the clouds like a promise that couldn't quite commit itself to fulfilment. A coal cart rumbled past, the cart horse's hooves striking the cobblestones with patient rhythm, and the driver's voice called out in the distinctive sing-song of the London tradesman, "Coal! Fresh coal! Best Newcastle black!" Watson found his mind, drifting to the broader picture Holmes had painted. This vast machinery of London life, with its countless moving parts all operating in their designated patterns. He thought of the crossing sweepers and the flower girls, the chimney sweeps who sent boys up the narrow flues despite the laws meant to protect them, the match girls with their phosphorus-poisoned jaws, the seamstresses who sewed by candlelight until their eyes failed. Victorian society, for all its vaunted progress and prosperity, operated on the labour of those who would never share in that prosperity, and everyone simply accepted it as the natural order of things. "You're thinking too much, Watson," Holmes said, a note of amusement in his voice. "I can always tell. You get that particular furrow between your eyebrows, the one that suggests you're contemplating the human condition rather than the facts at hand." Watson smiled despite himself. "You were waxing philosophical about the rhythms of London. It seemed to invite broader contemplation." "Fair enough. But let us return to our specific problem. I've made a list of the other residents and regular visitors to this building, and I propose we conduct a series of discreet inquiries." He consulted his notebook, flipping to a page covered with names and brief annotations. "On the ground floor we have Mr. Blackwood, a clerk in a shipping firm, respectable but unremarkable. Above him, on the first floor, Mrs. Weatherby, a widow of comfortable means who keeps to herself. Then there's young Timothy next door. No, wait, not next door. 2 doors down. A boy of perhaps 9 or 10, son of that publican who married the widow Matthews last spring. I've seen the lad about, always looking rather pinched and cold." Watson caught something in Holmes's tone, a subtle shift that spoke of observation layered with concern. "You suspect the boy?" "I suspect nothing yet. I merely observe. The boy is often on the street at odd hours. I've noted him from our window on several occasions when sleep has eluded me. He has a furtive quality, the way rabbits do when they're aware of foxes. But that could mean anything or nothing." The afternoon progressed with Holmes conducting what he termed his domestic reconnaissance. He interviewed the butcher's boy, who proved to know a remarkable amount about the comings and goings of Baker Street, having the observational advantages of regular access and the invisibility that society grants to those who serve it. From him, Holmes learned that Mrs. Hudson was considered an excellent employer, fair, prompt with payment, and not given to the petty tyrannies that many landladies imposed on their staff. The crossing sweeper at the corner, a grizzled veteran of the Crimean War who had lost 2 fingers to frostbite and now survived on the pennies of passers-by, confirmed that the house was quiet at night. No suspicious comings or goings, no unusual visitors. The gas lamp directly outside their door was lit at precisely 6:30 each evening by the lamplighter, a young man named Perkins who took pride in the punctuality of his rounds. Watson accompanied Holmes on some of these interviews, marvelling as always at his friend's ability to extract information from sources that seemed to have nothing to offer. Holmes spoke to these working people with respect that was rare among their class, and they responded in kind, opening up in ways they never would have to a police constable or a gentleman making obvious inquiries. By tea-time they had assembled a portrait of 221B Baker Street, and its immediate environs that was remarkably detailed and entirely unhelpful in solving the mystery of the disappearing cream. No one had seen anything unusual. No one reported any disturbances. The house, by all accounts, was as secure and predictable as any in London. Holmes stood at the window as dusk began its early November descent, painting Baker Street in shades of grey and amber as the gas lamps flickered to life one by one. The lamplighter moved down the street with his long pole, touching each lamp into glowing existence, a ritual as old as gaslighting itself, and soon, Holmes had once predicted, to be rendered obsolete by the advent of electric illumination. But for now, in this moment, London clung to its gas-lit romance, and the street took on that peculiar beauty that only came in the uncertain light between day and night. "Watson," Holmes said softly, "do you know what I find most intriguing about this case? The lack of evidence? No, the specificity of the crime. Whoever or whatever is taking Mrs. Hudson's cream knows exactly when to come, exactly where to find it, and exactly how much to take without making the theft too obvious. This speaks of familiarity, Watson, of someone who knows this house intimately, who understands its rhythms as well as I now do. He turned from the window, and in the gathering darkness his face held that expression Watson had learned to recognise. The look of a man who had glimpsed the solution, but was waiting for the final pieces to arrange themselves into certainty. Tonight, Holmes said, we wait. Mrs. Hudson will measure her cream as I instructed, and we shall see what the darkness brings. In the meantime, I suggest we fortify ourselves with Mrs. Hudson's excellent beef stew, which I can smell making its way up from the kitchen, and prepare for what may prove to be an illuminating vigil. The evening settled over Baker Street like a familiar blanket, and somewhere in the November darkness a mystery waited to reveal itself. Not with violence or drama, but with the quiet persistence of cream disappearing from a bottle, one stolen measure at a time. The night descended upon Baker Street with that particular quality of darkness that November brings to London, thick and textured, as though the fog itself had transformed into something more substantial. By 9 o'clock, the street lamps glowed like small hazy moons suspended in the murk, their light creating pools of amber that barely touched one another, leaving islands of shadow in between. The sounds of the city changed with the darkness, growing muffled and distant. The rattle of carriage wheels became sporadic, the voices of pedestrians faded, and what remained was the ever-present whisper of the city itself, that low, breathing sound that never quite ceased, even in the deepest hours. Holmes and Watson had taken their positions in the sitting room with the careful deliberation of soldiers preparing for a siege. Mrs. Hudson had followed Holmes's instructions precisely, measuring the cream to the exact quarter-inch and noting it in her kitchen ledger, before retiring to her rooms at her usual hour of 10 o'clock. She had climbed the stairs to bid them good night, her candle casting wild shadows on the wallpaper, and in her eyes Watson had seen a mixture of hope and scepticism, the look of someone who desperately wanted to believe their problem would be solved, but had learned through experience not to expect too much from life. "Sleep well, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes had told her, with a gentleness that Watson rarely heard in his friend's voice. "And remember, if you hear anything, simply note the time. Do not investigate. We shall handle matters from here." Now the house settled into its nighttime silence, and that silence, Watson discovered, was not silent at all. Every building had its own voice, its own vocabulary of creaks and sighs and subtle movements, and 221B Baker Street was no exception. The cooling of the day allowed the wood to contract, producing small pops and cracks that seemed loud in the stillness. The wind found gaps around the windows and whispered through them, like conspirators sharing secrets. The pipes knocked softly as the last of the day's hot water made its journey through the house's circulatory system. Holmes sat in darkness by the window, having extinguished all the lamps save for a single candle placed far back in the room, away from any window where its light might be visible from outside. He had drawn one curtain slightly aside, creating a narrow gap through which he could observe the street below without being seen. Watson occupied the chair opposite, a blanket across his knees and his service revolver, brought more from habit than any expectation of danger, resting on the side table within easy reach. "Tell me, Watson," Holmes said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. "What do you know of Victorian childhood?" The question surprised Watson, coming as it did from the darkness and the silence. In what sense? In the sense of survival, of what it means to be a child in this great city of ours, in this year of our Lord 1896, in this empire upon which the sun never sets and the soot never stops falling. Watson considered the question, his mind turning over the realities he'd witnessed during his years in London. "I know that it's often brutal, that children work in factories and mines, climb chimneys and sort rags, that they sleep in doorways and beg at street corners. That disease takes them in numbers we prefer not to count." "Indeed." Holmes's silhouette remained motionless against the faint glow from the street. "We live in an age of unprecedented progress, Watson. We've harnessed steam and electricity, built railways that span continents and ships that cross oceans with the regularity of omnibus routes. We've mapped the world, categorized its species, bent nature to our will in 1,000 ingenious ways, and yet a child can still starve to death within sight of Buckingham Palace, and we call it simply the unfortunate cost of civilization." There was something in Holmes's tone that Watson had rarely heard, a bitterness that went beyond his usual cynicism, an anger that was personal rather than abstract. Watson knew fragments of his friend's own childhood, knew that it had not been entirely happy, that there were shadows there which Holmes rarely allowed anyone to glimpse. But in the darkness of the sitting room, with the weight of the night pressing in around them, those shadows seemed closer to the surface. The workhouse system, Holmes continued, his voice taking on the cadence of a lecturer, though without the emotional distance such a tone usually implied, was designed, we're told, to separate the deserving poor from the undeserving, as though poverty itself were a moral failing rather than an economic condition. Children are taken from parents deemed unfit, which often means nothing more than being too poor to feed them, and placed in institutions where they're worked like draft animals and fed just enough to keep them capable of labour. He shifted in his chair, and Watson heard the scratch of a match being struck. Holmes's face appeared briefly in the flare of light as he lit his pipe, the angles and planes of his features sharp and severe, before darkness claimed him again. The sweet smell of tobacco smoke began to curl through the room, a small comfort against the night's chill. Or they escape the workhouse, Holmes went on, and take their chances on the street. Better to be free and hungry, they reason, than fed and imprisoned. So we have our street Arabs, our mudlarks, our crossing sweepers, children of 6 and 7 working 12-hour days for pennies, girls selling flowers or matches until consumption claims them, boys scrambling up chimneys until they become wedged in the flue and suffocate, their small bodies hauled out like so much soot. Watson felt the weight of these words settling over him like the fog outside. He had treated enough of these children in his time, had seen the rickets that bowed their legs, the respiratory diseases that hollowed their chests, the malnutrition that stunted their growth and dimmed their eyes. He had seen children old before they'd had the chance to be young, their faces etched with a weariness that should have taken decades to accumulate. "And the law?" Watson asked, though he knew the answer. "The law is a creature of property and propriety, Watson. It protects the rights of the wealthy to their wealth, and the rights of employers to their labour. The Factory Acts and the various attempts at reform are well-intentioned, I suppose, but they're also largely unenforced. A factory owner who works children 15 hours a day might receive a small fine, less than he'd pay for a decent dinner at his club. The punishment, such as it is simply absorbed as a cost of doing business." The clock on the mantelpiece chimed 11, each note falling into the darkness like a stone into still water. Outside, Baker Street had grown quieter still. The last of the hansoms had clattered away, carrying their fares to warm homes and soft beds. The public houses had closed, sending their patrons stumbling into the night. London was settling into that state of suspended animation that lasted from midnight until the first stirrings of dawn, when the city belonged to the watchmen and the criminals, and those unfortunate souls who had nowhere else to be. Watson found himself thinking about the boy Holmes had mentioned earlier, Timothy, the publican's stepson from 2 houses down. He'd seen the child once or twice, a thin slip of a thing with dark hair and darker eyes, always seeming to hover at the edges of things rather than participating directly. There had been something furtive about him, yes, but also something else, a watchfulness, a wariness that spoke of someone who'd learned to be careful, to assess situations before committing to them. "You think it's the boy," Watson said, and it wasn't quite a question. "I think," Holmes replied carefully, "that when one eliminates the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. We've established that no cat could enter this house undetected. We've confirmed that the locks are sound and show no signs of forced entry. We know the thefts occur with precise regularity in the early morning hours, and we know that cream, specifically cream, not milk or food or anything of greater value, is being taken in small measured quantities." He paused, drawing on his pipe, the bowl glowing briefly in the darkness like a small red eye. "What does that suggest to you, Watson? Not a random thief, certainly. Not someone motivated by profit, but perhaps someone motivated by need. Someone small enough to move quietly, familiar enough with the house to know its layout, desperate enough to risk the theft, but cautious enough to take only what might not be immediately missed." "A child," Watson said softly. "A child," Holmes confirmed. "Though I confess I'm less interested in confirming my hypothesis than I am in understanding the full picture. If our thief is indeed young Timothy, the question becomes not simply how he's entering the house, but why. What drives a child to such a risk? What conditions make stealing cream in the dead of night seem like a reasonable course of action? The hours passed with the strange elasticity that night imposes on time. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours, and then suddenly an hour would pass in what seemed like moments. Watson dozed fitfully, his dreams fragmentary and uneasy, filled with images of small shadows moving through darker spaces, of hands reaching for sustenance, of eyes gleaming with hunger and fear. He woke with a start to find Holmes standing at the window, tense as a pointer catching a scent. The candle had burned low, its flame guttering in a pool of melted wax. The darkness outside had reached that particular depth that comes in the hours before dawn, when even the gas lamps seemed to burn more dimly, as though conserving their strength for the morning's approach. "What is it?" Watson whispered, reaching instinctively for his revolver. "Listen," Holmes breathed, and Watson strained his ears against the silence. At first he heard nothing but the usual sounds, the wind, the settling of the house, his own pulse beating in his ears. But then, faint and far below, came a sound that didn't quite belong. A soft creak, barely audible, the complaint of a stair bearing weight it wasn't expecting. The 7th step from the bottom, Watson thought, remembering Mrs. Hudson's testimony. Holmes was already moving, silent as smoke despite his height. He'd removed his shoes earlier in the evening, and now his stockinged feet made no sound on the floor as he eased open the sitting-room door and slipped into the hallway. Watson followed, his heart beating faster now, the familiar tension of pursuit beginning to sing in his veins. The hallway was dark, lit only by the faint glow of a single gas jet turned low at the far end. Holmes moved toward the stairs with the careful precision of a cat stalking prey, each movement controlled and deliberate. Watson stayed close behind, matching his friend's careful silence, grateful for his years of military training that had taught him how to move quietly when necessary. Another sound reached them, the soft scrape of something against wood, then a faint metallic click that might have been a latch being worked. Holmes paused at the top of the stairs, listening intently, and Watson could see his profile outlined against the dim light, sharp and focused as a blade. Then, from below, came the unmistakable sound of a door opening, followed by footsteps, light, quick, and definitely not those of a cat. Holmes descended the stairs with sudden purpose, no longer concerned with absolute silence, but still moving with care. Watson followed, his hand on the banister to guide himself in the darkness. They reached the ground floor where the corridor stretched back toward Mrs. Hudson's kitchen domain. A faint light showed under the kitchen door, not the steady glow of a lamp, but the wavering illumination of a candle or perhaps a small lantern. Holmes approached the door and Watson could see the tension in his shoulders, the coiled energy of someone preparing for action. But when Holmes pushed open the door, his movements were slow and gentle, as though he were approaching a startled animal rather than confronting a thief. The kitchen was warm, the embers of the day's fire still glowing in the range, and huddled beside that range, wrapped in what appeared to be several layers of ragged clothing, was a child. Not quite a child, perhaps 9 or 10 years old, as Holmes had estimated, though small for his age in the way that spoke of insufficient food and harder living. His dark hair was unkempt, his face smudged with dirt, and in his hands, held like a precious treasure, was Mrs. Hudson's cream bottle. The boy froze when the door opened, his eyes going wide with terror. For a moment no one moved. The tableau held 2 men in a doorway, a child caught in the act of theft, and between them a silence that seemed to contain all the vast gulf of circumstance and fortune that separated their worlds. Then Holmes did something that surprised Watson, though perhaps it shouldn't have. He smiled. Not the sharp, triumphant smile of a detective who'd solved his case, but something gentler, something that held understanding rather than judgment. "Hello," Holmes said softly, and his voice was as warm as the kitchen's lingering heat. "You must be cold. Why don't you stay by the fire a moment longer and we'll talk?" The boy didn't move, didn't speak, didn't even seem to breathe. He remained frozen beside the range, the cream bottle clutched against his thin chest like a shield that might somehow protect him from the consequences of his discovery. His eyes, dark and enormous in his pale, pinched face, darted between Holmes and Watson with the desperate calculation of a cornered animal seeking an escape route that didn't exist. Watson could see the trembling that ran through the child's small frame, could see the way his knuckles had gone white where they gripped the bottle, and felt something twist painfully in his chest. Holmes moved with extraordinary care, as though the slightest sudden motion might shatter whatever fragile moment they'd entered. He crossed to the kitchen table, pulled out one of Mrs. Hudson's sturdy wooden chairs, and sat down slowly, deliberately making himself less imposing by reducing his height. Watson, taking his cue from his friend, did the same, though he positioned himself slightly closer to the door, not to block an exit, but simply to be present, to create a space that was contained but not threatening. "My name is Sherlock Holmes," Holmes said, his voice maintaining that same gentle quality. "And this is my friend, Dr. Watson. We live upstairs, in the rooms above. You've probably seen us coming and going, haven't you?" The boy's eyes flickered with something that might have been recognition, but he still didn't speak. His chest rose and fell rapidly beneath his layers of inadequate clothing, and Watson noticed details now that the initial shock of discovery had passed. The boy's coat, if it could be called that, was several sizes too large and had been patched multiple times with fabric that didn't match. His shoes were worn through at the toes, stuffed with what looked like newspaper to provide some barrier against the cold cobblestones. His hands, where they clutched the bottle, were raw and chapped, the nails bitten down to the quick. "We're not going to hurt you," Watson said quietly, his medical instincts overriding everything else. "And we're not going to hand you over to the police. We simply want to understand." Still silent. But something in the boy's posture shifted minutely, the rigid terror easing perhaps a fraction toward wary uncertainty. Holmes noticed it too. Watson could tell by the slight relaxation in his friend's shoulders, the way his hands rested more openly on the table, rather than being held in readiness. "You're Timothy, aren't you?" Holmes asked. "You live 2 houses down, with your mother and her husband." At the mention of the stepfather, something flickered across the boy's face, a shadow darker than fear, touched with something that might have been hatred, or might simply have been the exhausted resignation of someone who'd learned that fighting back only made things worse. His grip on the cream bottle tightened, and Watson thought he saw the beginning of tears gathering in those enormous dark eyes. The kitchen clock ticked steadily on the wall, measuring out the seconds in a silence that felt both endless and fragile. Outside, London slept its uneasy sleep, and somewhere in the distance a dog barked, the sound muffled by fog and darkness. The embers in the range popped softly, sending up a small shower of sparks that died before they reached the grate. "I'm not going back," the boy said suddenly, and his voice was thin and reedy, cracking on the words. "You can't make me go back there, I won't." "No one is making you do anything," Holmes said firmly, "but perhaps you could tell us why you've been coming here? How did you get in?" The boy's eyes darted toward the larder, then back to Holmes, as though weighing whether the truth would help or harm him. Finally, in a voice barely above a whisper, he said, "The window, in the little room where she keeps the cream. There's a loose board beneath it outside. If you stand on it and push just right, the window opens even when it's locked. Not much, just enough to squeeze through if you're small." Holmes nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. "Very clever. And you discovered this?" "I was hiding," Timothy said, and now the words came faster, as though a dam had broken. "He was in one of his rages, throwing things and shouting, and Mum told me to run, so I did. I went out the back and into the alley, and I was looking for somewhere to hide where he wouldn't find me, and I noticed that the board was loose. I pushed it, curious-like, and the window moved. I thought maybe I could squeeze in, and be warm for a bit, just until he calmed down." Watson felt his jaw tightening, felt the familiar anger that came whenever he confronted the casual cruelty that adults inflicted on children. He'd seen it too many times in his practice. The suspicious bruises, the broken bones explained away as accidents, the hollow-eyed children who flinched from sudden movements. Victorian society might pride itself on family values and moral rectitude, but behind too many respectable doors, children suffered in silence. "And the cream?" Holmes prompted gently. Timothy looked down at the bottle in his hands, and a flush of shame coloured his pale cheeks. "I was just so hungry and cold. The first time I only meant to get warm by the range for a bit, but then I saw the larder, and the cream was there, and I—" He trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. "How long has this been going on?" Watson asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "The rages, the violence." "Since he married Mum," Timothy said, his voice flat now, drained of emotion by the simple recitation of facts. "That was last spring. Before that, it was just me and Mum, and we got by all right. She took in sewing and I ran errands for the shops, and we had a little room above the milliner's on Oxford Street. It wasn't much, but it was ours and it was safe. He paused, swallowing hard, and Watson could see the effort it took for him to continue. But then she met him, Mr. Garrett, though I have to call him father even though he's not, at the public house where she sometimes worked in the evenings. He was all charm and promises at first, talking about how he'd take care of us both, how we'd have a proper home. And Mum, she was so tired, you see. Tired of struggling, tired of never having quite enough. So she believed him. And after the marriage? Holmes asked, though his tone suggested he could already extrapolate the rest of the story. After the marriage, everything changed. He drinks, you see. Not just a pint or two like a normal man might have after work, but serious drinking. Gin mostly, though he'll take whatever's cheapest. And when he drinks, he gets mean. Starts seeing insults where there aren't any, finding fault with everything Mum does. The dinner's not hot enough, or it's too hot. The house isn't clean enough, or she's wasted money on cleaning supplies. Nothing's ever right. The boy's voice had taken on a mechanical quality, as though he were reciting a lesson learned too well. Watson recognised it. The numbing of emotion that came as a defence mechanism, the way the mind protected itself from unbearable realities by creating distance from them. At first it was just shouting, Timothy continued. Mum would apologise, try to make things better, and eventually he'd calm down and fall asleep. But then he started throwing things, plates, cups, whatever was to hand, then pushing, then worse. He fell silent, and in that silence Watson could hear all the things the boy couldn't bring himself to say. The escalation of violence, the fear that permeated every moment, the constant vigilance required to avoid triggering another explosion of rage. And somewhere in that toxic household, a mother trying desperately to protect her son while also trying to survive herself. Holmes leaned forward slightly, his elbows on the table, his hands steepled before him. "And your mother? Does she know you've been coming here?" Timothy shook his head quickly. "No, sir. She thinks I'm asleep in the attic. That's where he makes me sleep, in the attic, even though it's not properly finished and the wind comes through the gaps in the board something fierce. He says it's because I'm not really his son, and his real children, when they come, will need the proper bedrooms." "How often does this happen?" Watson asked. "The rages." "Most nights when he's been drinking heavy. Sometimes he passes out before it gets too bad, but other times—" Timothy trailed off, his eyes distant. "Other times I wait until I hear him snoring, and then I slip out. I found this place about 2 weeks ago, and it seemed like a miracle. Warm and quiet and safe. And the cream. I know it was wrong to take it, sirs, I do, but I'm just so hungry all the time, and he doesn't allow Mum to give me proper meals. Says I have to earn my keep, but then he doesn't let me work either. Says it makes him look bad to have his stepson running errands like a common street Arab." The cream bottle was lowering now, the boy's grip loosening as exhaustion and the release of finally telling someone seemed to drain the remaining tension from his small body. Watson could see how thin he was beneath the ragged layers, could see the shadows under his eyes that spoke of nights spent in fear rather than rest, of days spent in a constant state of anxious vigilance. Holmes rose slowly from his chair, moving with that same careful deliberation, and crossed to where Mrs. Hudson kept her bread box. He extracted half a loaf of yesterday's bread, found the butter crock, and brought both back to the table along with a clean plate and knife. Without ceremony he cut several thick slices of bread, buttered them generously, and placed the plate before Timothy. "Eat," he said simply. "And while you eat, Dr. Watson is going to examine you if you'll permit it, not to judge, not to report to anyone, but because it's what he does, and because we need to understand the full scope of the situation." Timothy looked at the bread with an expression of such naked longing that Watson had to look away for a moment to compose himself. The boy set down the cream bottle with careful reverence, as though it were made of finest crystal rather than common glass, and reached for the bread with hands that trembled slightly. He didn't eat ravenously, as Watson might have expected, but with careful, measured bites, as though trying to make the food last, or perhaps as though he'd learned that eating too quickly on an empty stomach brought its own discomfort. Watson moved his chair closer, keeping his movements slow and unthreatening. "May I?" he asked, gesturing toward the boy, and Timothy nodded, his mouth too full of bread to speak. The examination was brief, but thorough enough to confirm what Watson had already suspected. The boy was severely underweight, his ribs visible beneath the thin shirt. There were bruises in various stages of healing, fresh ones on his upper arms that looked like finger marks, older ones fading to yellow-green on his back, a partly healed cut on his scalp hidden beneath his dark hair, signs of chronic malnutrition in the brittleness of his nails and hair. And something else, a wariness in the way he held himself, a tendency to flinch from sudden movements that spoke of trauma that went deeper than the physical marks. "How old are you, Timothy?" Watson asked gently as he worked. 10, sir. I'll be 11 come spring if I—" He stopped, as though unwilling to complete that thought. "You will be 11 come spring," Watson said firmly. "That much I can promise you." Holmes had returned to his chair and was watching the proceedings with an intensity that Watson recognised. His friend's mind was working through the problem from multiple angles, considering options and consequences, weighing outcomes against the complex machinery of Victorian law and social convention. Finally he spoke. "Timothy, I need you to understand something. What's happening to you and your mother is not acceptable. It's not normal, despite what your stepfather might have told you, and it's not something you should have to endure. However, the law in these matters is complicated. A husband has certain rights over his household that the courts are reluctant to interfere with. A stepfather has legal authority over his stepchildren. These are facts, however unjust they may be." The boy's face fell, and Watson could see hope beginning to drain away, replaced by the dull resignation of someone who'd learned not to expect help from the adult world. "However," Holmes continued, and his voice took on a sharper edge, "the law is not the only tool available to us. There are other forms of pressure, other means of ensuring that certain behaviours change. I have some experience in such matters, and I believe with Dr. Watson's help we can arrange things so that you and your mother are safe." "Can you make him stop?" Timothy asked, and the desperate hope in his voice was almost painful to hear. "I can make it very much in his interest to stop," Holmes said. "I can't promise perfection, human nature being what it is, but I can create a situation where the consequences of continued violence outweigh whatever satisfaction he derives from it. It will take a few days to arrange, and in the meantime, I need you to be careful. Can you do that?" Timothy nodded, his eyes bright with tears that he was clearly struggling not to shed. "Yes, sir. I can be careful. I've had lots of practice." "Good lad." Holmes stood, crossing to the range to coax more heat from the embers. "Now it's nearly 3 in the morning, and you need to get back before you're missed. But first, you're going to get properly warm, finish that bread, and Dr. Watson is going to give you some liniment for those bruises." As Watson went upstairs to fetch his medical bag, he heard Holmes speaking quietly to the boy, discussing the details of the window's mechanics, asking careful questions about the stepfather's routines and habits. By the time he returned, Timothy looked almost peaceful, his face flushed with warmth from the range, the plate empty of bread. They sent him back into the night with food wrapped in brown paper tucked inside his coat, with liniment and bandages, and most importantly, with the promise that this would not go on forever. Watson watched from the kitchen window as the small figure disappeared into the fog-shrouded alley, and felt the weight of responsibility settling onto his shoulders like a mantle. "We have to help him," he said, turning to Holmes. "We will," Holmes replied, and there was steel beneath the quiet words. "But we must be strategic about it. The wrong approach could make things worse for both Timothy and his mother. We need leverage, Watson. Information. And fortunately, gathering information is rather a specialty of mine." Dawn came to Baker Street with reluctance, as though the November sun itself had decided that bed was preferable to the effort of rising. The fog that had blanketed London through the night thinned gradually to a pale grey haze, and the first sounds of the waking city began their familiar chorus. The rattle of the milk cart, the sweep of brooms against cobblestones, the distant whistle of an early train carrying workers toward the docks and factories that consumed their days. Holmes had not slept. Watson, who had dozed fitfully in his chair for perhaps 2 hours, woke to find his friend standing at the window, still dressed in the same clothes from the night before, his profile sharp against the growing light. There was a quality of absolute stillness about him that Watson had learned to recognise, the stillness of a mind working at full capacity, turning over problems like a jeweller examining a stone from every possible angle. "You have a plan," Watson said, and it was not a question. "I have the beginnings of one," Holmes replied without turning from the window, "though it requires verification of certain facts and a careful orchestration of what we might call social pressure. Victorian society, Watson, operates on a delicate web of reputation and respectability. A man like Garrett, our young Timothy's stepfather, exists within a particular sphere. He works the docks, drinks at local public houses, rents his home from a landlord who doubtless has standards about the sort of tenants he'll tolerate. He is, in short, vulnerable to certain forms of influence that have nothing to do with the law. Watson rose from his chair, working the stiffness from his shoulders, and joined Holmes at the window. Below, Baker Street was beginning its transformation from the quiet emptiness of night to the bustling commerce of day. A maid from the house opposite was scrubbing the front steps, her breath visible in the cold air. The lamplighter was making his morning rounds in reverse, extinguishing the gas lamps that had burned through the night. A vendor was setting up his barrow at the corner, arranging apples in careful pyramids that would tempt the morning's passers-by. What sort of influence? Watson asked, though he thought he could already guess at Holmes's thinking. The influence of employment, for one. A docker who develops a reputation for violence and unreliability will find his work drying up. The foremen give the best assignments to men they trust, and word travels quickly along the wharves. The influence of landlords, for another. A tenant who creates disturbances, who brings disrepute to a property, will discover that his lease renewal is not guaranteed. And then there's the influence of the church, of neighbours, of the intricate social mechanisms that govern life in working-class London. Holmes turned from the window, and Watson could see the fierce intelligence burning in his eyes, and could see the way his friend's mind had already mapped out the campaign ahead. But first, we verify. We confirm that young Timothy's account is accurate, not because I doubt his word, but because we must know exactly what we're dealing with before we act. A misstep here could endanger both the boy and his mother. "What do you need from me?" Watson asked. "Your medical credentials and your respectability, old friend. We're going to make some calls this morning, and your presence lends an air of legitimacy that my own somewhat eccentric reputation cannot always provide." Mrs. Hudson appeared shortly after 7, bearing a tray with tea and toast, and found them both still dressed from the previous night. If she was surprised, she gave no sign of it, though Watson noticed the way her eyes went immediately to the kitchen doorway, as though checking for signs of disturbance. "The cream, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said before she could ask, "has been accounted for. Your thief was indeed not a cat, as you suspected. I wonder if you might spare us a few moments to discuss the matter." She set down the tray and settled herself in Watson's vacated chair, her hands folded in her lap with that patient expectancy that suggested she was prepared for whatever revelation might come. Holmes, with his characteristic directness, laid out the essential facts: the boy, the window, the desperate hunger that had driven him to theft. He omitted the more graphic details of abuse, but provided enough context that Mrs. Hudson's expression shifted from surprise to understanding, to a kind of fierce maternal anger. "That poor lamb," she said when Holmes had finished, "coming here in the cold and dark just for a bit of warmth and a sup of cream, and to think I was ready to set traps, as though he were a pest to be eliminated." Her voice caught slightly, and she cleared her throat with determination. "What's to be done, Mr. Holmes?" "That," Holmes said, "is precisely what Dr. Watson and I intend to discover. But I wonder, would you be willing to provide employment for young Timothy? Nothing elaborate, simply running errands, helping with marketing, perhaps assisting with the heavier household tasks. It would give him legitimate reason to be here, provide him with regular meals, and place him under our protection, so to speak." "Of course," Mrs. Hudson said without hesitation. "The boy can start whenever you like. Lord knows I could use the help, and it would be good to have a young life about the place. Though I wonder what his stepfather will say to the arrangement." "His stepfather," Holmes said with a thin smile, "will be made to understand that it's in his best interest to approve. But that's tomorrow's work. Today, we gather information." Their first call was to the docks, where Holmes had contacts among the dock workers and foremen, men who owed him favours from past cases, or who simply recognised in him someone who treated them with respect rather than the casual disdain that characterised most gentlemen's interactions with the labouring classes. The walk from Baker Street to the London docks took them through neighbourhoods that shifted gradually from respectable middle-class comfort to the harder edges of working poverty. The streets grew narrower, the buildings more cramped and soot-stained. Washing hung between windows, and children played in courtyards that smelled of cabbage and coal smoke, and the particular odour of too many people living in too little space. Women stood in doorways, their arms crossed against the cold, watching the street with the wary attention of those who'd learned that trouble could arrive from any direction. Men walked with the particular gait of those whose work was physical, shoulders hunched, hands calloused, boots worn thin at the heels. Watson found himself studying these streets with new eyes, seeing past the surface poverty to the intricate social structures beneath. Every neighbourhood had its hierarchies, its codes of conduct, its unwritten rules about what was acceptable and what crossed the line. A man might drink himself senseless on Saturday night and be forgiven, but a man who raised his hand to a woman or child too regularly would find himself ostracised, would discover that help was no longer offered when he needed it, that opportunities passed him by, or at least that was how it was supposed to work. But Watson knew that theory and practice often diverged, especially when it came to domestic violence. The privacy of the home was considered sacred, and what happened behind closed doors was meant to stay there. The law gave husbands and fathers enormous latitude, and society preferred not to interfere unless the violence became so extreme or so public that it could no longer be ignored. The docks themselves were a study in organised chaos. Great ships lined the wharves, their masts creating a forest of wood against the grey sky. Cranes swung cargo from holds to shore and back again, the machinery groaning with effort. Men swarmed over everything, loading, unloading, shouting instructions in a dozen languages, the whole enterprise a massive engine of commerce that never quite stopped moving. Holmes led Watson through the confusion with the confidence of someone who knew exactly where he was going. They found their man in a warehouse near the West India Dock, a burly foreman named Connors, who greeted Holmes with genuine warmth and Watson with polite curiosity. "Mr. Holmes? Didn't expect to see you down here. What brings you to our humble establishment?" "Information, Mr. Connors. I'm inquiring about one of your workers, a man named Garrett. I believe he works the timber wharves." Connors' expression shifted, becoming more guarded. "Aye, I know him. What's your interest?" "Let's simply say I'm concerned about his reliability, his character, as it were. Would you say he's a valued worker?" The foreman glanced around, ensuring their conversation wouldn't be overheard, then lowered his voice. "Between us, Mr. Holmes, Garrett's a problem. Shows up late more often than not, usually smelling of gin. Does the minimum required and not a stroke more. Gets into disputes with the other men. Nothing serious enough to dismiss him over, but enough to create friction. If it weren't for the fact that we're always short-handed, he'd have been let go months ago." "I see. And if someone were to suggest that he might be unsuitable for continued employment?" Connor studied Holmes carefully, his experienced eyes reading between the lines. "If someone were to make such a suggestion, and if that someone had a reputation for knowing what they were talking about, I'd be inclined to listen. We've got standards here, Mr. Holmes, even if they're not always obvious. A man who causes trouble at home generally causes trouble at work, and we've got no patience for that sort." Holmes nodded slowly, filing this information away. "I may have occasion to speak with you again on this matter, Mr. Connors. Would that be acceptable?" "For you, Mr. Holmes, always. You helped my brother-in-law out of that nasty business 2 years back, and the Connors family doesn't forget its debts." Their next stop was the public house where Garrett apparently spent his evenings, a dim, low-ceilinged establishment that smelled of stale beer and tobacco smoke even at this early hour. The publican was a thick-set man with the broken nose of a former boxer and the watchful eyes of someone who'd learned to read trouble before it fully developed. Holmes approached the matter obliquely, ordering 2 pints and engaging the publican in what seemed like casual conversation about the neighbourhood, the quality of the beer, the state of local business. Watson marvelled, as he always did, at his friend's ability to extract information without seeming to ask questions. Within 20 minutes, he'd learned that Garrett was indeed a regular customer, that he drank heavily and often, that he'd been involved in 2 altercations in the past month, one with another patron, one with the publican himself when he'd been refused service for being too far into his cups. "The thing about Garrett," the publican said, leaning across the bar with the confidential air of someone sharing insider knowledge, "is that he's got a mean streak when he's drinking. Some men get happy, some get sad, some just get quiet. Garrett gets mean. Starts looking for offence, picking fights over nothing. I've been thinking about banning him outright, but his money's as good as anyone's, and a business can't afford to be too particular." "Even when that business might develop a reputation for tolerating troublemakers?" Holmes asked mildly. The publican's eyes narrowed slightly, reassessing his visitor. "That's a fair point. And if I'm being honest, Garrett's the sort who might cost me more in the long run than he brings in. Drives away other customers, creates an atmosphere that decent folk don't want to drink in. I suppose I've been putting off the decision, hoping the problem would solve itself. Perhaps, Holmes suggested, the problem is about to do exactly that. By midday, they'd made similar calls to Garrett's landlord, a sharp-eyed woman who owned several properties in the area and who proved extremely interested to learn that her tenant might be causing disturbances that could affect the reputation of her buildings, and to the local vicar, a younger man with progressive ideas about social justice who was already familiar with the family situation and frustrated by his inability to intervene effectively. The mother came to me once, the vicar told them in the quiet of his study, where religious texts lined the walls and weak sunlight filtered through dusty windows. She had bruises on her arms, though she tried to hide them with her shawl. She wanted to know if the church could help, if there was somewhere she and the boy could go. But without independent means, without a family willing to take them in, her options were desperately limited. "And the law?" Watson asked, though he already knew the answer. "The law is concerned with property and propriety, Doctor. A wife is considered her husband's property, to all practical effects. Unless he commits murder or causes such egregious harm that it becomes a public scandal, the courts are unlikely to intervene. They call it the sanctity of the home, but sometimes I think it's simply cowardice dressed up in respectable language." The vicar leaned back in his chair, his young face showing lines of weariness that spoke of too many such cases, too many situations where his desire to help met the immovable wall of social convention. "What are you proposing, Mr. Holmes?" "I'm proposing that we create a situation where continued violence becomes economically and socially untenable for Mr. Garrett. He'll lose his employment if the disturbances continue. His landlord will decline to renew his lease. His local public house will refuse him service. The neighbourhood will know what manner of man he is, and that knowledge will follow him wherever he goes in this corner of London. We cannot change his nature, perhaps, but we can change the calculations that govern his behaviour." "You're essentially proposing to make him a pariah," the vicar said thoughtfully, "to use social pressure where the law refuses to act." "Precisely. Is such an approach compatible with your conscience, Vicar?" The young man was silent for a long moment, his fingers steepled before him in an unconscious echo of Holmes's characteristic gesture. "There's a verse in Proverbs," he finally said, "about defending the cause of the weak and fatherless, maintaining the rights of the poor and oppressed. I think, Mr. Holmes, that what you're proposing falls well within the bounds of Christian duty. How can I help?" By evening the pieces were in place. Holmes had assembled a coalition of influence that would descend upon Garrett like a net, not all at once, which might make him desperate and dangerous, but gradually with increasing pressure that would make the connection between his behaviour and the consequences unmistakable. The dock foreman would have a quiet word about reliability and the scarcity of work. The landlord would mention concerns about the property and hint at future difficulties. The publican would begin refusing service when Garrett showed signs of aggression. And the vicar would make it known, in the subtle ways that information travelled through working-class communities, that the neighbourhood was watching. Watson and Holmes returned to Baker Street as darkness fell, finding Mrs. Hudson waiting with a hot dinner and the news that she'd already prepared a small room off the kitchen that could serve as Timothy's workspace when he began his new employment. "Will it work?" Watson asked as they settled into their chairs with pipes and brandy, the day's exertions catching up with them. "It will work," Holmes said with quiet certainty, "because we're not fighting human nature, Watson. We're simply redirecting it. Garrett is a bully and a brute, but he's also a creature of calculation, however primitive. When the costs of violence exceed the benefits, when it threatens his livelihood, his housing, his social standing, he'll modify his behaviour, not out of moral improvement necessarily, but out of self-interest. And if he doesn't, then we escalate. But I believe he will. Men like Garrett are fundamentally cowards. They strike those who cannot strike back, but they fold when confronted with real consequences." Outside, fog was rolling in again, claiming Baker Street for the night. Somewhere in that fog, Watson thought, a boy was perhaps sleeping more peacefully, knowing that help was coming. And somewhere else, a brute was about to discover that his actions had not gone unnoticed, that the web of society that usually protected men like him was about to become a cage. The next 3 days passed with a measured inevitability, like the turning of a great wheel whose momentum, once established, could not be easily stopped. Holmes orchestrated events with the precision of a conductor leading a symphony, each element entering at its appointed moment, each note contributing to the larger composition. Watson watched it unfold with a mixture of admiration and unease, admiration for his friend's tactical brilliance, unease at the reminder of how thoroughly Holmes could manipulate the social machinery when he chose to do so. The first movement began on Tuesday morning, when Garrett arrived at the docks to find that his usual assignment on the timber wharves had been given to another man. Connors, the foreman, approached him with an expression of studied neutrality and informed him that he'd be working the coal barges instead, harder work, dirtier, and paid at a lower rate due to his recent unreliability. "Nothing personal, Garrett," Connors said, his voice carrying across the morning bustle of the docks, "but we've had complaints about your timekeeping, and the coal barges are where men go when they need to prove they're serious about their work. Show me 2 weeks of punctuality and effort, and we'll talk about moving you back." Holmes learned of this exchange through one of his street Arabs, a network of children who served as his eyes and ears across London, paid in coins and the occasional adventure. The boy who brought the news was perhaps 12, sharp-eyed and quick-witted, and he delivered his report with the precision of a trained observer. He went red in the face, Mr. Holmes, like he was about to explode. It looked like he wanted to take a swing at Mr. Connors, but there were too many other men around, and besides, Mr. Connors is twice his size and everyone knows it. So he just grabbed his cap and went off to the coal barges, cursing under his breath. "Excellent," Holmes said, flipping the boy a half-crown. "Keep watching. I want to know if anything changes in his routine." That evening, Garrett arrived at his usual public house to find the atmosphere subtly altered. The publican served him his first pint with professional courtesy, but when Garrett ordered his third, the point at which his demeanour typically began to sour, the publican leaned across the bar and spoke in a voice low enough not to carry, but firm enough to be unmistakable. "I think that's your limit for tonight, Garrett. You've been getting a bit fractious lately, and I can't have that in my establishment. Come back tomorrow, start fresh, and we'll see how it goes." The confrontation that followed was brief, but telling. Garrett blustered, threatened to take his business elsewhere, and insisted on his rights as a paying customer. The publican remained calm, gestured to 2 large regulars who stood up from their corner table with the casual readiness of men who knew how to handle trouble, and repeated his decision. Garrett left, his exit accompanied by a silence that spoke volumes about how the other patrons viewed the situation. Watson heard about this incident from Mrs. Hudson, who had it from her butcher, who had it from his sister-in-law who worked in the public house's kitchen. The speed at which information travelled through London's working-class networks never ceased to amaze him. Faster than any telegram, more comprehensive than any newspaper, the news spreading through conversations at market stalls and over garden walls, and in the brief exchanges that happened wherever people gathered. Wednesday brought the landlord's intervention. Mrs. Dawson, a woman who had built her property portfolio through shrewd investment, and had no patience for tenants who threatened her assets, arrived at Garrett's lodgings at midday, when she knew he'd be at work. She spoke instead with Timothy's mother, a conversation that lasted perhaps 20 minutes, and left the woman in tears, not of distress, but of something that might have been relief mixed with disbelief. Holmes learned the details that evening when the vicar called at Baker Street, settling into Watson's chair with a cup of tea and the air of a man bringing important intelligence from the field. Mrs. Dawson was quite direct, the vicar reported, his young face animated with suppressed excitement. She told Mrs. Garrett, that's what the mother goes by now, though I suspect she regrets taking the name, that she'd received concerning reports about disturbances at the property. Nothing specific, nothing that required immediate action, but enough to make her watchful. She mentioned, quite casually, that lease renewals were coming up in 3 months, and that she had a waiting list of potential tenants who came with excellent references. And Mrs. Garrett's response, Holmes asked, leaning forward with interest. According to Mrs. Dawson, the poor woman seemed caught between terror and hope. She didn't confirm the abuse directly, she's too frightened for that, but she didn't deny it either. Mrs. Dawson then made it clear, in the way that landlords can, that she has expectations for her properties. Quiet tenants, respectable behaviour, no police visits, no complaints from neighbours. If those expectations weren't met, well, there were plenty of other families looking for housing. Watson found himself both impressed and slightly troubled by the elegance of the approach. Mrs. Dawson had issued a warning without making any accusations that could be challenged, had applied pressure without overstepping her legal authority. It was masterfully done, and it left Garrett with a clear understanding that his behaviour was being monitored and that consequences would follow if it continued. Thursday brought the social pressure to bear in more subtle ways. The neighbourhood women, those arbiters of respectability who wielded enormous influence through their control of gossip and social standing, began to shift their treatment of the family. Where they had previously been cordial if distant with Mrs. Garrett, they now made small gestures of support. An extra loaf of bread appeared at her door, delivered by a neighbour who claimed she'd overbaked. An invitation to tea arrived from one of the more respectable women on the street, a signal that Mrs. Garrett was being drawn into the protective circle of community approval. Conversely, Garrett himself began to find that the small courtesies of neighbourhood life were being withdrawn. Men who had previously nodded to him in passing now looked away. The shopkeeper who had extended credit became suddenly strict about immediate payment. The conversations that men typically shared on street corners about work, weather, the state of the world, seemed to conclude whenever he approached. Holmes monitored all of this through his network of informants, making notes in his ever-present notebook, tracking the progression of pressure as one might track the stages of a carefully managed experiment. Watson accompanied him on some of these rounds and found himself fascinated by the invisible architecture of working-class London. The way information flowed, the way social sanctions were applied, the complex web of obligation and reputation that governed lives lived in close proximity. On Thursday evening, Timothy appeared at the back door of 221B Baker Street, arriving just as dusk was settling over the city. Mrs. Hudson brought him up to the sitting room, where Holmes and Watson received him with the careful casualness of adults trying not to spook a nervous child. The boy looked better than he had during their previous encounter, cleaner, less hunched with cold and fear, though the wariness remained in his dark eyes. "I've come about the work, sir," he said to Holmes, his voice steady despite the obvious nervousness that showed in the way he twisted his cap between his hands. "Mrs. Hudson said I might start tomorrow, if that's still agreeable." "It's more than agreeable," Holmes assured him. "But first, tell me, how are things at home? Has your stepfather's behaviour changed at all?" Timothy considered the question carefully, as though weighing how much to reveal. "He's been different," he finally said. "Angrier, but also quieter, like he's thinking about something. He came home Tuesday night and didn't drink anything, just went straight to bed. Wednesday he drank, but not as much as usual, and he didn't start any rows. Last night was the same. Has he struck you or your mother?" The boy's eyes dropped to the floor. "Not since Monday. That was before all this started, before he knew something was wrong. He pushed Mum on Monday morning over burnt toast, but since then, nothing." Watson felt something ease in his chest, a tension he hadn't fully acknowledged until it began to release. The plan was working. The accumulation of consequences was having its intended effect. Garrett was beginning to understand that his actions were being watched, that his behaviour had costs that extended beyond his immediate household. "That's very good news, Timothy," Watson said gently, "and it's likely to get better still. But I need you to promise me something. If he does become violent again, or if you feel that you or your mother are in danger, you're to come here immediately. Day or night, it doesn't matter. Can you promise me that?" "Yes, sir," Timothy said, and there was something like gratitude shining in his eyes. "And sir, thank you. Both of you. I don't know what you did, but Mum's been different too. Less scared. She's been singing while she works, something she hasn't done since before the marriage." Holmes rose and crossed to his desk, returning with a few coins that he pressed into the boy's hand. "An advance on your wages," he said. "You'll start tomorrow morning at 8. Mrs. Hudson will show you what needs doing, and I expect you'll prove yourself valuable. Now, off with you. Get home before it's fully dark." After Timothy had left, his footsteps echoing down the stairs, followed by Mrs. Hudson's motherly instructions about dressing warmly, Holmes returned to the window. The gas lamps were being lit along Baker Street, each one flaring to life in sequence as the lamplighter made his methodical rounds. The fog was thickening again, softening the edges of buildings and making the street seem like something from a watercolour painting, all suggestion and atmosphere, nothing quite solid or permanent. "Do you think it's really over?" Watson asked. "Or are we simply seeing a temporary retreat before the next assault?" "Human behaviour rarely changes completely," Holmes said thoughtfully. "Garrett is what he is, a man of limited intelligence, limited self-control, and deeply ingrained habits of violence. But we've changed the equation for him. We've made it clear that violence has consequences that affect him directly, in ways he can understand. His employment is threatened, his housing is insecure, his social standing, such as it was, is eroding. These are things that penetrate even the thickest skull. He turned from the window, and Watson could see the fatigue in his friend's face. The cost of 3 days spent in constant orchestration, managing multiple threads of influence across a complex social landscape. Holmes's greatest cases often involved dramatic confrontations or brilliant deductions, but this quiet manipulation of social forces had required just as much energy, just as much precise calculation. "Will he backslide?" Holmes continued. "Almost certainly at some point. Men like Garrett don't transform overnight into model citizens, but each time he does, the consequences will follow more quickly, more severely. And more importantly, we've shown Mrs. Garrett and her son that they're not alone, that there are forces in their world that can push back against domestic tyranny. That knowledge itself is protective." The weekend arrived with a cold snap that turned London's persistent fog into something sharper, a crystalline mist that left frost on windows and turned breath into visible clouds. Timothy began his work at 221B Baker Street, arriving punctually each morning and throwing himself into his duties with the earnest determination of someone who understood exactly how fortunate he was to have this opportunity. Mrs. Hudson proved to be an excellent employer, patient with the boy's inexperience but clear in her expectations. She taught him how to properly black the grates and lay the fires, how to carry coal without spilling it on the carpets, how to polish brass until it shone like gold. Between tasks she fed him, not ostentatiously, not in ways that might embarrass him, but with the casual regularity that ensured he was never hungry. A bit of bread and cheese while explaining the next chore, a bowl of soup during the midday break, an apple or a biscuit pressed into his hand as he was leaving for the day. Watson watched the boy begin to fill out, watched colour come into his cheeks and brightness into his eyes. The transformation was subtle but unmistakable. The difference between a plant that's been deprived of water and one that's finally receiving what it needs to thrive. Timothy began to smile occasionally, to offer comments rather than simply responding when spoken to move through the house with less of that furtive wariness that had characterized his earlier visits. On Saturday afternoon, Holmes called Timothy up to the sitting room and engaged him in conversation while Watson pretended to be absorbed in his newspaper. The detective's questioning seemed casual, almost idle, but Watson recognized it for what it was, a careful assessment of the situation at home, conducted in a way that wouldn't alarm the boy or make him feel he was being interrogated. "And your stepfather?" Holmes asked at one point, his tone suggesting only mild curiosity. "Still on his best behaviour?" "Mostly, sir," Timothy replied. He was sitting on the edge of the settee, having been invited to rest for a few minutes before returning to his work. "He's been taking extra shifts at the docks when they're offered, coming home tired. He still drinks, but not as much, and when he does, he mostly just falls asleep. Mum says it's like the first month after they married, before things turned bad." "Has he asked about your employment here?" "Yes, sir. I told him Mrs. Hudson needed help with the heavy work and that it would bring in a few extra shillings each week. He seemed to like that, the money part, I mean. Said it was about time I started contributing to the household." Holmes nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. "And how do you find the work?" For the first time, Timothy's face broke into something approaching a genuine smile. "I like it, sir. Mrs. Hudson is kind and the house is warm and I'm learning things. She says if I keep at it, she might teach me some basic cooking. And Dr. Watson's been showing me his medical books. Just the pictures mostly, but it's fascinating. I never knew there was so much to learn about how bodies work." Watson looked up from his paper, caught by surprise. "Have I been showing you medical books? I hadn't realised I'd been quite so forward with my library." Timothy flushed slightly. "I hope I didn't overstep, sir. It's just that when I was dusting your study yesterday, I saw the anatomical drawings and I couldn't help but look. They're beautiful, in a strange sort of way." "No overstepping at all," Watson assured him, genuinely pleased. "In fact, if you're interested in such things, I'd be happy to explain some of the basics. A working knowledge of human anatomy can be quite useful, even if you don't plan to pursue medicine as a profession." The conversation drifted to other topics. Timothy's emerging ability to read beyond simple words, his fascination with the various objects that cluttered Holmes's sitting room, his cautious observations about Baker Street's daily rhythms. Watson found himself charmed by the boy's intelligence, by the quick mind that had been hidden beneath layers of fear and survival instinct. After Timothy had returned to his work, Holmes remained silent for several minutes, staring into the fire with that distant expression that meant he was processing information, weighing possibilities, considering next steps. "He's a bright lad," Watson observed. "Given the proper opportunity, he could make something of himself." Indeed, which raises the question of what happens next beyond simply ensuring his immediate safety. Education, Watson. That's what changes trajectories. A boy like Timothy, with his intelligence and his circumstances, could easily slip through society's cracks entirely. But with education, with someone taking an interest in his development, you're thinking of paying for his schooling. "I'm thinking," Holmes corrected, "of arranging for his schooling in a way that doesn't create dependency or draw unwanted attention." The vicar mentioned that the church runs a school for local children. It's modest, but adequate. A generous donation to that school, earmarked for scholarships for promising students, would serve the dual purpose of helping Timothy while also assisting other children in similar circumstances. Watson smiled, recognizing in this suggestion the peculiar blend of generosity and tactical thinking that characterized his friend's approach to such matters. Holmes had little patience for sentiment in the abstract, but when confronted with specific instances of injustice or suffering, particularly involving children, he could be remarkably compassionate, though he would bristle if anyone suggested as much. Sunday brought the week's final piece of the puzzle into place. The vicar, during his sermon, spoke on the topic of responsibility, the responsibility of the strong to protect the weak, of the community to care for its most vulnerable members, of individuals to recognize that their actions affected not just themselves, but everyone around them. He never mentioned Garrett by name, never made the message so specific that it could be construed as a personal attack, but everyone in the congregation understood exactly what was being said, and more importantly, understood that the neighborhood was unified in its position. Garrett attended that service, as he did most Sundays, not out of any particular piety, but because his wife insisted on maintaining the appearance of respectability, and because absence from church was noted and commented upon in working-class communities. He sat in the back pew, his face carefully neutral, but Watson, who had accompanied Holmes to observe, could see the tension in the man's shoulders, the way his jaw clenched during certain passages of the sermon. After the service, as the congregation filed out into the weak November sunshine, Watson noticed the way people arranged themselves around Garrett, not obviously avoiding him, not creating a scene, but simply ensuring that there was always a small bubble of space around him and his family. The handshakes and friendly conversations that characterized the post-service gathering seemed to flow around him like water around a stone. Mrs. Garrett, by contrast, found herself suddenly the recipient of warm greetings and solicitous inquiries about her health. Women who had previously kept their distance now engaged her in conversation, included her in plans for the upcoming church bazaar, made it clear through 100 small gestures that she was valued and protected. The message was unmistakable. The community stood with her, not with her husband. As they walked back to Baker Street, Holmes seemed satisfied in a way that had nothing to do with intellectual triumph. This case had not required brilliant deduction or dramatic revelation. It had required patient work, careful manipulation of social structures, and the strategic application of pressure across multiple fronts. It was, in its way, just as much a victory as solving a complex murder or recovering stolen jewels. "Do you think it will hold?" Watson asked as they turned onto Baker Street, where Mrs. Hudson would be waiting with Sunday lunch. "I think," Holmes said slowly, "that we've bought them time. Time for Timothy to grow stronger. Time for Mrs. Garrett to build connections that might eventually allow her to leave if she chooses. Time for Garrett to either change genuinely or to understand so thoroughly that his behavior has consequences that he modifies it permanently out of self-interest. It's not a perfect solution, Watson, but in an imperfect world, it may be the best we can achieve." They climbed the familiar 17 steps to 221B, where warmth and lunch and the comfortable rhythms of their own domestic life awaited them. And somewhere nearby, in a house that was perhaps slightly warmer, slightly safer than it had been a week ago, a boy and his mother were learning that the world, however harsh, still contained pockets of kindness and justice. It was a small victory, perhaps, But in the great machinery of Victorian London, sometimes small victories were all that was possible, and sometimes they were enough. 3 weeks passed, and November surrendered to December with the reluctant grace of an aging monarch yielding to an heir. The fog that had characterized the previous month gave way to something clearer and colder. Sharp winter air that turned breath to mist and made the gas lamps seem to burn brighter against the darkening afternoons. London dressed itself for the coming Christmas season, shop windows filling with displays of toys and sweets, street vendors appearing with roasted chestnuts and hot cider, the whole city taking on that peculiar mixture of commercial urgency and seasonal warmth that characterized the holiday approach. At 221B Baker Street, the rhythms of daily life had adjusted to accommodate a new presence. Timothy arrived each morning at 8 o'clock with the punctuality of someone who understood exactly how precious his position was. He worked through the morning helping Mrs. Hudson with the heavier household tasks, broke for a substantial lunch that the landlady insisted upon, and then, 3 afternoons a week, walked to the church school where the vicar had enrolled him with a scholarship funded by Holmes's anonymous donation. Watson had taken to observing the boy when he returned from these school sessions, fascinated by the transformation that education was working upon him. Timothy would arrive back at Baker Street with his slate under his arm, his face flushed from the cold and from the effort of concentrated learning, and his eyes bright with the particular excitement that comes from discovering that the world is larger and more complex than one had previously imagined. "Dr. Watson," he said one afternoon in mid-December, bursting into the sitting room with an enthusiasm that had become increasingly common. "The teacher says I'm ahead in reading. She gave me a proper book, not just a primer, but a real book with chapters and everything. It's called Robinson Crusoe, and it's about a man who gets shipwrecked on an island." Watson looked up from his writing desk, where he'd been working on the notes for what he privately thought of as the Case of the Invisible Cat, though he suspected the final account would require a different title, something that better captured the human element at the story's heart. "Defoe," Watson said with a smile. "An excellent choice. I read that when I was not much older than you are now. Tell me, what do you think of Crusoe so far?" Timothy settled himself on the edge of the settee, the book clutched carefully in his hands as though it were made of something more precious than paper and binding. "He's very practical," the boy said thoughtfully. "When he's shipwrecked, he doesn't just sit about feeling sorry for himself. He makes lists of what he has and what he needs, and then he sets about solving his problems one at a time. It reminds me a bit of Mr. Holmes, actually, the way he approaches things methodically." From his position by the window, where he'd been conducting some chemical experiment that had filled the room with a faint sulphurous odour, Holmes made a sound that might have been amusement. "I shall take that as a compliment, young Timothy." Defoe understood something important about human nature, that survival often depends less on grand gestures than on careful attention to small details and the steady application of reason. "Is that how you solve your cases, sir?" Timothy asked, his natural reticence giving way to curiosity. "By being methodical and paying attention to details?" "Among other things," Holmes replied, setting down his test tube and crossing to his chair. "Though I find that understanding people, their motivations, their fears, their habits, is often more important than understanding facts. Facts can be misleading if you don't understand the human context that gives them meaning." Watson watched this exchange with quiet pleasure. Over the past weeks he'd noticed Holmes taking an increasing interest in Timothy's education, not in any overt or sentimental way, but through brief conversations like this one, through books that mysteriously appeared on the kitchen table with notes suggesting they might prove interesting, through occasional demonstrations of chemical or logical principles that captured the boy's imagination. It was, Watson thought, Holmes's way of investing in a future that might otherwise have been foreclosed by poverty and circumstance. The improvement in Timothy's home situation had held, though not without complications. Garrett had maintained his modified behaviour. The drinking had decreased. The violence had not recurred. The household had achieved a tentative stability that everyone recognised as fragile but genuine. The social pressure that Holmes had orchestrated continued in subtle ways, a constant reminder to Garrett that his actions were observed and would have consequences. But Watson knew, because Holmes had shared the information, that the situation was being actively maintained rather than simply existing on its own. Connors at the docks continued to manage Garrett's assignments in ways that rewarded good behaviour and penalised backsliding. Mrs. Dawson made regular inspections of her property, her presence a reminder of the conditional nature of the family's housing. The vicar made pastoral visits that were ostensibly social, but carried the weight of institutional oversight. And the neighbourhood women, those powerful arbiters of respectability, continued to extend protection to Mrs. Garrett while making clear their expectations for her husband's conduct. It was, in its way, a remarkable piece of social engineering. Holmes had identified the pressure points in working-class Victorian life and had orchestrated their application with the precision of a watchmaker assembling a delicate mechanism. The result was not perfect. Perfection, Watson had come to understand, was rarely achievable in human affairs, but it was functional, and it had given a mother and son room to breathe, to hope, to begin building something beyond mere survival. Mrs. Hudson appeared in the doorway, her face showing the particular expression of fond exasperation that she reserved for moments when her household had exceeded some boundary of acceptable chaos. "Mr. Holmes, I don't suppose you could explain why my best copper pot is currently bubbling away with something that smells like a tannery in August?" "Ah," Holmes said, rising quickly. "That would be the leather treatment experiment. I assure you, Mrs. Hudson, the pot will be returned in pristine condition, and the knowledge gained may prove invaluable in a future case involving footwear analysis." "And in the meantime, my kitchen smells like the devil's own workshop," she said, though without real anger. "Timothy, come help me air out the rooms before we all succumb to chemical poisoning. Mr. Holmes, you'll be conducting your experiments in the scullery from now on, where the ventilation is better and the damage can be contained." As Timothy followed Mrs. Hudson downstairs, Watson caught the boy's grin, a flash of genuine happiness that would have been unthinkable a month ago. The case of the cream thief had been solved, but its resolution had opened doors that extended far beyond the simple identification of a culprit. A child who had been stealing food to survive was now being fed regularly, educated consistently, and shown that the world could contain kindness as well as cruelty. The afternoon progressed toward evening, and Watson found himself reflecting on the peculiar nature of this case. Holmes's investigations typically centred on crimes that society acknowledged as such: murders, thefts, frauds, the dramatic violations that made headlines and demanded resolution. But this case had involved a crime that Victorian society largely ignored: the systematic abuse and neglect of a child within the supposed sanctity of the home. The law offered little recourse. A man's right to manage his household as he saw fit was protected by centuries of legal precedent and cultural assumption. Children were property, in all but name, subject to their parents' or guardians' authority with few meaningful protections. The various Factory Acts and attempts at reform had made some progress, but the machinery of enforcement was weak, and the cultural assumption remained that what happened within a family was private business unless it became so extreme as to constitute a public scandal. Holmes had circumvented the law's limitations by appealing to forces that existed outside formal legal structures: the economic pressures of employment and housing, the social pressures of community judgment and respectability, the institutional pressure of church oversight. He had assembled these elements into a web of consequence that constrained Garrett's behaviour more effectively than any magistrate's order could have done. It was vigilantism, in a sense, though of a particularly Victorian variety. Holmes had not taken the law into his own hands through violence or dramatic intervention. Instead, he had manipulated the existing social machinery to produce the outcome he desired. He had acted as a kind of shadow magistrate, dispensing justice through indirect means, because the direct means were unavailable or inadequate. Watson found himself both impressed and slightly troubled by this. The effectiveness was undeniable, but it raised questions about the nature of justice and authority. Who had given Holmes the right to orchestrate such interventions? What prevented such power from being abused? If Holmes could engineer social pressure to protect a child, could the same techniques be used for less noble purposes? As though sensing his friend's thoughts, Holmes looked up from the book he'd been pretending to read. "You're troubled by something, Watson. I can tell by that particular furrow between your eyebrows that appears when you're wrestling with ethical questions." Watson smiled despite himself. "You know me too well. I was thinking about this case, actually, about the methods you, employed, about whether we had the right to take such actions." "An important question," Holmes acknowledged, setting down his book, "and one I've considered myself. Tell me, Watson, what would you have had me do instead? Report the situation to the authorities. We both know what would have happened. A police visit, perhaps, if they bothered at all, a warning to Garrett, and then, after the police left, a beating for the boy and his mother for bringing attention to the household. The law, in cases like this, is worse than useless. It's actively harmful because it creates the illusion of recourse while providing none of the substance. So we take justice into our own hands. We take action, Holmes corrected. Whether it constitutes justice is perhaps debatable, but consider the alternatives. Timothy and his mother could have continued living in fear, with the situation escalating until someone was seriously injured or killed. The boy could have been caught stealing and sent to a reformatory, where he would have been brutalized in the name of moral improvement. Mrs. Garrett could have fled with her son, only to find herself destitute on the streets with no resources and no protection. Every alternative was worse than the intervention we chose. Watson nodded slowly, acknowledging the logic even as he grappled with its implications. And if Garrett had reacted violently, if our pressure had made him more dangerous rather than less, then we would have escalated our response accordingly. I had contingencies prepared, Watson. If Garrett had turned genuinely dangerous, we would have helped Mrs. Garrett and Timothy disappear. New identities, new city, new start. It would have been difficult and expensive, but it was possible. The fact that we didn't need to pursue that option speaks to the success of the softer approach. The conversation was interrupted by the sound of the front door opening below, followed by voices, Mrs. Hudson's and another, lighter and more hesitant. Footsteps on the stairs, and then Mrs. Hudson appeared in the doorway with Mrs. Garrett beside her. Timothy's mother was a woman of perhaps 35, though hardship had etched lines that made her appear older. She was thin, her dress shabby but scrupulously clean, and she carried herself with the particular posture of someone who had learned to take up as little space as possible. But today, Watson noticed, there was something different in her bearing, a straightness to her spine, a directness in her gaze that suggested a person rediscovering the possibility of dignity. "Mrs. Garrett has something she wishes to say to you, gentlemen," Mrs. Hudson announced, ushering the woman into the room with gentle encouragement. "I told her you'd be happy to spare a few moments." Holmes and Watson both rose, gesturing for Mrs. Garrett to take a seat. She perched on the edge of the settee, her hands folded in her lap, and for a moment she simply looked at them. Really looked, with an intensity that suggested she was trying to memorize their faces. "I know," she said finally, her voice quiet but steady, "that you've been helping us. Timothy doesn't know all of it. He's just a boy, and boys don't always see the whole picture, but I'm not blind. I've seen the way things have changed these past weeks. My husband's behaviour, the way people in the neighbourhood treat us differently, the opportunities that have appeared for Timothy. None of that is coincidence." She paused, gathering herself, and Watson could see the effort it took for her to continue. "I don't know exactly what you did, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, and perhaps it's better that I don't. But I want you to know that you've given me back something I thought I'd lost forever. Hope. I hope that my son might have a future beyond what I could provide. Hope that we might be safe in our own home. Hope that the world isn't entirely cruel and indifferent." "Mrs. Garrett," Holmes began, but she held up a hand, asking permission to continue. "Please, let me finish. I need to say this while I have the courage. I married Robert, my husband, because I was desperate. Timothy's father died when the boy was 3, and I've been struggling ever since. When Robert offered security, a home, a father for my son, it seemed like a blessing. I knew he drank, but I thought I could manage it. I thought love, or at least companionship, might cure what ailed him." Her voice caught slightly, but she pressed on. "I was wrong, and by the time I realized how wrong, I felt trapped. Where could I go? I have no family, no money of my own, no skills beyond basic housekeeping and needlework. The workhouse would take Timothy from me. The streets would destroy us both. So I endured, and I told myself it was for the best, that Timothy at least had a roof over his head and food in his belly, even if that food came at the cost of his peace and safety." Watson found himself profoundly moved by this woman's honesty, by the quiet courage it took to speak these truths aloud. He thought of all the other Mrs. Garretts scattered throughout London, women trapped in impossible situations, making terrible calculations between different forms of survival, their suffering invisible to a society that preferred not to acknowledge what happened behind closed doors. "But these past weeks," Mrs. Garrett continued, "have shown me that endurance isn't the only option. You've shown us, that there are people who care, who will act even when they have no obligation to do so. You've given Timothy a chance at education, at a future beyond the factory or the docks, and you've given me something equally precious, the knowledge that I don't have to face this alone. She rose, and both Holmes and Watson stood with her. "I can't repay you," she said simply. "I have nothing to offer but my gratitude, and I know that's inadequate. But I wanted you to know that you've changed our lives. Whatever happens from here, we'll always remember that there was a time when strangers became our salvation." Holmes, for once, seemed uncertain how to respond. Watson had seen his friend face armed criminals with perfect composure, had watched him navigate the most delicate social situations with ease, but genuine emotional expression from others sometimes left him momentarily at a loss. "Mrs. Garrett," Holmes finally said, his voice gentler than Watson had ever heard it, "you owe us nothing. Your son is bright and deserving of opportunity. Your situation was unjust. We simply did what any decent person should do when confronted with injustice. We acted to address it. If you wish to thank anyone, thank Mrs. Hudson for her kindness in employing Timothy, thank the vicar for his advocacy, thank your neighbours for their support." "I'll thank them all," she said firmly, "but I'll thank you as well, whether you're comfortable with it or not. Some debts can't be repaid, Mr. Holmes, but they should still be acknowledged." After she'd left, escorted downstairs by Mrs. Hudson with promises of tea and continued support, Holmes returned to the window, gazing out at Baker Street as the lamplighter began his evening rounds. The December darkness was falling early, as it did at this time of year, and the gas lamps created pools of warm light against the gathering gloom. "Do you ever wonder," Holmes said quietly, "how many such situations exist in this city? How many children are suffering behind respectable facades? How many women are trapped in circumstances that slowly destroy them?" "Constantly," Watson admitted. "It's one of the hardest aspects of medical practice in London, seeing the effects of poverty and abuse and knowing that treating the symptoms does nothing to address the underlying causes." "The problem is structural," Holmes said, and there was a bitterness in his voice that Watson recognised. "Our entire society is built on hierarchies of power, men over women, adults over children, employers over workers, the wealthy over the poor. The law enshrines these hierarchies, religion sanctifies them, and culture reproduces them generation after generation. What we did for Timothy and his mother is a drop in an ocean of suffering." "But it mattered to them," Watson pointed out. "That ocean is made up of drops, Holmes. We can't save everyone, but we saved someone. That has to count for something." Holmes turned from the window, and in the lamplight Watson could see the complexity of emotion on his friend's face. Satisfaction at the case's resolution mixed with frustration at the larger injustices that remained unaddressed. "You're right, of course," Holmes said, "and I don't mean to diminish what we've accomplished. Timothy will have opportunities he never would have had otherwise. Mrs. Garrett has found support and community. Even Garrett himself has been given the chance to modify his behaviour, though whether he takes that chance long-term remains to be seen. It's a victory, however modest." The evening deepened into night, and Baker Street settled into its familiar rhythms. Below, in the kitchen, Timothy was helping Mrs. Hudson prepare the evening meal, his young voice mixing with her maternal instructions in a domestic symphony that spoke of safety and routine. Somewhere nearby, in a house that was marginally warmer and safer than it had been a month ago, Mrs. Garrett was perhaps singing as she worked, finding joy in small freedoms that most people took for granted. Watson moved to his desk and picked up the notes for his account of the case. He thought about how to tell this story, not just the mystery of the disappearing cream, though that was where it started, but the larger tale of justice operating outside the law, of social pressure as a tool for protection, of small kindnesses that accumulated into something transformative. "Holmes," he said, "when I write this up, what should I call it? The case of the invisible cat seems inadequate, given what it actually involves." Holmes considered the question, his fingers steepled beneath his chin in his characteristic gesture of concentration. "Call it whatever you like, Watson, though I'd prefer you wait a few years before publishing it, if you don't mind. Garrett's behaviour has improved, but he's not entirely reformed, and I'd rather not give him cause to connect his misfortunes to our intervention while the situation is still delicate." "Fair enough, but eventually people should know this story, not for the drama of it, though there's drama in its own quiet way, but because it illustrates something important about justice and power and the possibility of change." "Then tell it truthfully," Holmes said. "Don't make me out to be some kind of crusader or saint. I'm neither. I simply saw a problem that offended my sense of order and proportion, and I applied the tools at my disposal to address it. If that constitutes heroism, then we're setting the bar remarkably low. Watson smiled, knowing that this protestation was as close as Holmes would come to acknowledging the fundamental decency that underlay his actions. His friend liked to present himself as purely rational, motivated solely by intellectual curiosity and the desire for order, but Watson had long since seen through this pose. Holmes cared deeply about justice, about protecting the vulnerable, about using his considerable abilities to make the world marginally less cruel. He simply preferred not to admit it, perhaps even to himself. Christmas approached, bringing with it the peculiar mixture of commercial excess and genuine warmth that characterized Victorian holiday celebrations. Mrs. Hudson decorated 221B with evergreen boughs and holly, filling the house with the scent of pine and the festive atmosphere of the season. Timothy helped with the decorations, standing on a chair to hang ornaments while Mrs. Hudson supervised, and Holmes pretended to be absorbed in his newspaper while actually watching the proceedings with quiet satisfaction. On Christmas Eve, as snow began to fall on Baker Street, soft, large flakes that transformed the city into something from a storybook, Timothy appeared in the sitting room with a small, carefully wrapped package. He approached Holmes with the hesitant formality of someone undertaking an important ceremony. "Mr. Holmes, sir," he said, his voice carrying the particular seriousness that children adopt when attempting adult dignity. "I wanted to give you this. It's not much, but I made it myself at school, and I wanted you to have it." Holmes accepted the package with a gravity that matched the boy's tone, carefully unwrapping it to reveal a small wooden box, simply made but sanded smooth and polished to a warm glow. The lid bore a carved inscription, laboriously executed but heartfelt, "To Mr. Sherlock Holmes, with gratitude and respect." For a long moment Holmes simply held the box, turning it over in his hands, examining the craftsmanship with the attention he might give to evidence in a complex case. When he finally spoke, his voice was rougher than usual, touched with an emotion he rarely allowed others to witness. "Timothy, this is excellent work. The joints are precise, the finish is professional, and the inscription is both appropriate and well executed. I shall treasure it, and I shall use it to store some of my most important small items. Thank you." The boy's face lit up with a smile that seemed to illuminate the entire room, and Watson felt something catch in his throat. This, he thought, was what made all the careful planning and orchestration worthwhile, not the intellectual satisfaction of a puzzle solved, but the simple human joy of a child who had been given back his childhood. As midnight approached and the bells of London's churches began to ring on Christmas, Watson stood at the window watching the snow transform Baker Street into something magical. Behind him, Holmes was examining his new box. Timothy was helping Mrs. Hudson clear away the evening's tea things, and the fire crackled with the promise of warmth against winter's chill. The case of the cat in the corridor had been solved, but its resolution had created ripples that extended far beyond the simple identification of a cream thief. A child had been saved, a mother had been given hope, a household had been made safer, and a small corner of London had been reminded that justice could exist outside formal legal structures, that ordinary people could band together to protect the vulnerable, that kindness had practical power in a world that often seemed designed to crush it. It was, Watson thought, a case worth recording, not for its drama or its intellectual complexity, but for what it revealed about the possibility of change, the responsibility of those with power to protect those without it, and the way that small acts of intervention could alter trajectories and save lives. Outside, the snow continued to fall, covering the city in a blanket of white that would be grey by morning, but for now was pure and perfect. And inside 221B Baker Street, in the warmth and light of Christmas Eve, a small mystery had been solved, and a larger truth had been discovered, that in a world of vast injustices, particular acts of justice still mattered, that in an ocean of suffering, individual rescue still counted, and that sometimes the most important cases were not the ones that made headlines, but the ones that quietly changed lives. The cream thief had been caught, but more importantly, a child had been saved. And in the balance of things that truly mattered, Watson knew which victory would endure. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the soft night sky of Buenos Aires, the ocean hush of Bora Bora, the starlit serenity of Prague, or the warm glow of Barcelona? If this tale brought you calm, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the stillness surround you. Let your dreams drift softly into tomorrow. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.